The following program is hosted by a boomer. Mistakes may occur that are beyond our control. Please do not think we are unaware of these technical errors. We are very aware, but we are still struggling with this process. We thought we had fixed the video error when there was just spelling mistakes and grammatical errors, but that just completely messed up the audio, and the tech support guy... Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I am your host, Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. I am amped up beyond belief tonight. Donald J. Trump accepts for the third time, the RNC, third consecutive time, the RNC's nomination, Republican National Committee's nomination for him to be their presidential candidate in the forthcoming presidential election. We're very much looking to his speech. It's the first time that he will be speaking publicly, I believe, since the shooting, since he was pumping his fist up there. As far as what we should expect from this speech, which is slated to commence at 9 o'clock Central Time, a little over 52 minutes from now. What we should expect from this speech... Supposedly, from what I've heard so far, it's going to have a strong message of unity, which is what I hope he does. There should be a strong message of unity. The Democrats almost did him a little bit of a favor in tipping their hand today that it seems very unlikely that Biden is going to make it all the way to the election. They are scrambling right now. While he has not officially stepped down, he's still officially slated to be the Democratic nominee. There's increasing talk and chatter that is being leaked to the media to indicate that he's reconsidering his plans to move forward here, and that he is likely to step down and then formally announce it this weekend, which will be the next couple of days, that a speech is being prepared for him to issue, whereby he will officially withdraw his candidacy to be sitting as the Democratic nominee for the 2024 election. I'll share with you this, in fact, while we still have a little time left before Trump gets up there to speak. I'm certainly going to make sure we catch every minute of that speech and watch it live together. But I will share with you this report coming out of Newsmax. I don't hear it either.
What do you got for us?
Carl, according to multiple Democratic sources, this is happening all of a sudden. Everyone said it would happen gradually and then all at once, and that's what's happening. According to my sources, President Biden has agreed to step down as the Democratic nominee.
Oh, man.
It will happen as early as this weekend. A speech has been drafted for him. He will continue on as president, is his intention. He also will not, I'm told, endorse Vice President Harris as his successor. They're hoping that he will endorse an open process in which the convention will be open.
So that's a very interesting thing, that he's not officially designating Kamala as his successor, despite all these things. There's this talk about she's fully equipped, fully equipped, but I'm not going to endorse her. I don't want to look stupid. Fully equipped to step into the role. The one thing she ever had to handle in her whole life was the border crisis. Bang up job so far. Yeah. So we're going to talk about who it's likely to be.
To Vice President Harris and a few other candidates in Chicago to pick the Democratic nominee for president. The belief is that Vice President Harris is already looking at potential running mates to go to Chicago with a full ticket, including one possibility, Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, and perhaps the governor of Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro. Other possible candidates who are being...
Josh Shapiro, if you want to know how corrupt Josh Shapiro is, I recall before the 2020 election that Josh Shapiro, 2 days beforehand, said it is impossible for Trump to win Pennsylvania. And sure enough hokey things happened that his predictions somehow came true. He was the acting attorney general at the time, later became their governor. At the time, it was Governor Tom Wolf. But somehow, that slimy dude was positive when they were, polling and being neck and neck, positive that it was impossible for Trump to win Pennsylvania. That's what he predicted 2 days before the election. I'm getting a whole bunch of text messages. I just want to make sure that it's not one of you fine people telling me, Joe. No, it seems like it's good. So that's who Josh Shapiro is. He's a very, very corrupt uniparty dude. He's not progressive. He's a corrupt uniparty dude.
Being talked about include Gavin Newsom, the governor of California,
which we knew. I mean, that's why, and he's been planning for this for a while now. He's been talking for a while now. He had his debate against DeSantis when some people still thought DeSantis was a viable candidate, in a weird debate that he had with DeSantis. And Newsom definitely wants to be president. Whether he wants to run now or wait 4 years, it's an interesting question. But we'll talk about that too.
Perhaps Gretchen Whitmer.
And you all should know Gretchen Whitmer. Why is that still doing that? Oh my gosh, I can't. And so, you might recall her from lockdowns when she was sending her husband out on a boat. No one's allowed to leave their house, but demanding, her husband's going around demanding that he should be able to take out their boat because, he's Mr. Governor. And she is very strongly pro-life. She pushed forward certain proposals. She will certainly, if she runs, I believe that right to life. Excuse me, not pro-life. I said pro-life, pro-choice. She's very strongly pro-choice. And I believe that her whole women's right to choose thing is going to be central to her platform. In fact, we should anticipate that whoever runs is going to try and make that central to their platform. That and guns. They're certainly going to try and spin the attempted assassination on Trump as being, displaying the need for us to curtail guns and issue more gun restrictions. That's just classic leftist talking point.
And again, the vice president running. On the first ballot, the regular delegates would be allowed to vote under this agreement that's being talked about amongst the president and high-level Democratic.
So the regular delegates would be allowed to vote.
Officials. The regular delegates would vote on the first ballot. If there is no winner on the first ballot, the so-called super delegates would be allowed to vote on the subsequent ballot. This decision was reached, I'm told, all of a sudden because of the high-level pressure from Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and others, and as well as the decision of many of President Biden's top aides that there was no path forward for him, that he would not be able to win this election, win the general election, and therefore he's stepping aside again as early as this weekend.
So, Mark...
And I just called it literally yesterday that I said, I think within 2 weeks.
I'm just getting started.
Within 2 weeks, we're going to get an announcement from him that he's stepping out. I called that yesterday. When I saw that, when you tell me that Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer are aligned against him, I was like, he's not going to make it. There's no way. If it's really true that they're aligned against him, there's no way he's going to make it. There's just going to be too much strength sapped out from his candidacy. Just there's no way. It wasn't going to happen. Was not going to happen at all. Anyway, what I want to, there are a couple of speeches that I'd like to sort of watch with you. But, all three of those three are just terrible. Shapiro, Newsom, Whitmer. Gosh, I mean, Kamala, I don't need to sell you on how terrible she is. I don't need to sell you on how terrible she is. God, terrible. All right, so I wanted to check this out with you. Tucker Carlson spoke a little like 20 minutes ago at the RNC, and it was a pretty short speech, but I liked it a lot, so I want to share it with you. And there's plenty of time now before Trump gets in there. What do we have here? I missed the official. Congrats, Joe, and hitting 100K. Thank you. Thank you, Jam Jam. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Remember, for 5 months. Nice. Democrat nominee will step in at the last second and not have much time to be opposed. They'll just simply be not Trump. Who are you hoping for? That's a good question. Who am I hoping they will get? I hope they stick with Kamala. I think she's the weakest candidate. On the other hand, if they were to shy away from Kamala, I don't see how Newsom's going to come in now. I don't see Newsom coming in now. Some people are talking about Pete Buttigieg. I don't see that either. No, I think that it's probably going to be Kamala or Whitmer, because you can't tick off both black women and women in general by switching over to some slick-haired white dude. I don't think that party is going to stand for that. I don't think they're going to stand for that. As it is, they're risking alienating black women, supposedly black women like Kamala, and that they're risking alienating her or that demographic by bypassing Kamala. I think they're going to look at it as, okay, you know what? This election is a loss. This election is a loss. Let's let Kamala take her crack at it. But who knows? Who knows? I think anyone who thinks they know is really just speculating. And if they happen to get it right, it's more luck than actual acumen. So I can tell you, I don't know. I have no idea. I think that I don't think this has been written out yet. I don't think the Democrats know which way they're going to go yet. They just realize today. I want to try and find it for you. I forgot to lock it away. There was a moment here where Biden seemed to get confused about who Jill Biden was. They thought another woman was Jill Biden. That's how people are reporting it. Here it is. Oh yeah, Mario is one I saw it with. I don't know if he's confused. I don't know. That's how it's being reported. And when they're reporting things against you this way. And by the way, that would be a brilliant pick if they did that. That'd be a brilliant pick if they went RFK. This is what they're reporting, that he's getting confused, thinking that this woman is his wife. You tell me. And she comes rushing over saying, no, that's not me. That's not me. Oh. Is it a little O from him? Oh, wait, you're over here. You're both wearing blue and have long blonde hair. How am I supposed to know? So that woman walks away, and he's like, "Hey, where'd the woman go? Come back here! Come back here!" Do you guys think he was confused? That's how Mario was reporting it. Concerning video shows Biden appear confused about his wife. The identity of his own. The footage has emerged, reportedly showing Biden seeming confused about the identity of his own wife, Jill. And that Jill stopped him from kissing a stranger. Frankly, I don't think he looks like he's about to kiss her. I actually think that video, I don't see that there. Do you guys think he was about to kiss that woman? Maybe smell her hair. Crazy thought, draft RFK Jr. I think that would be a very smart, intelligent thought. I don't think they have the cojones to do it. It'll be fun to watch in action when it counts. We saw it in action on Saturday. Democrats are going to say if Trump wins, the only reason why is they didn't have a strong enough candidate. Of course, that's what they're going to say. Honestly, his leadership in that moment there, his leadership was just phenomenal, really phenomenal. But I want to share with you, that was really the point that Tucker was making in his speech. Let's do that right now. But there's a little bit before
Please
that.
welcome President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
All of you will go to the polls, who stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was?
And that question, is there more or less unemployment than 4 years ago, is a pretty poor question, because the answer is there actually is much less unemployment than it was, because 4 years ago we had COVID. So I would have clipped that part out.
Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago? If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Trump. He'll make America great again.
So there you go. There's the little ad that I got playing there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
at the
please
RNC.
welcome journalist, author, and American citizen, Tucker Carlson.
So fun! Thank you!
I love his Amadeus
This
laugh.
is wild. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation.
Yep.
And I think there's a difference.
It was.
I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog.
I just had a thought that I wanted to share with you when he said about elections being subverted. You know, one question that Trump is asked over and over again is, are you going to trust the outcome of the election? Are you going to trust the outcome of the election? I think the best answer back to that is, are you going to guarantee the legitimacy of the outcome? How do you know? Are you positive it's impossible? Are you positive that it is impossible to subvert the election? Is that your position? That you think there's no way it's totally impossible to subvert an election? Because if you say that, you're kind of stupid. You're kind of stupid. Do you think it is? You want me to commit today that I'm going to accept however the votes are counted? So you tell me, are you of the opinion that it is 100% impossible to subvert the outcome of an election? Because I think that's utterly naive. So you're asking me, will I accept it and I see what happens? And you can't even, no rational person can say to me that they're 100% positive that the election will not be improperly subverted. Can you promise me that only citizens are going to vote? Can you promise me that no one's going to double vote? People will vote for themselves. Can you promise me that? And if you can promise me that, and that can actually be established, yeah, sure, of course. But they can't. No one reasonably could. Well, that's what makes the question such a stupid question.
The CEO of Hewlett Packard, it doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true as a fact that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen.
Theoretically possible. Only theoretical.
But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader
just is
the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart, a leader's courage.
And in 2016, when he was running, he needed to make a name for himself. He needed people to start looking at him because he wasn't being taken seriously as a candidate, certainly in the primaries. He needed to make it about me. Right now, the less he makes about himself, and I've been saying this for a year now, it needs to be much less about him, all about policy, all about here are all the problems. And he also needs to focus. The advantage that he has tonight is that they basically said, hey, I don't want to be late. I'm going to keep an eye on that over here. Is that it needs to be about policy, it needs to be about Americans, and it needs to be about the failings that come from Democrats. And that we all know it wasn't Trump running the show. It wasn't Biden running the show for the last 4 years. It's been the same circle of people who will be surrounding their next candidate, whoever they choose. It's going to be the same circle of people with the same failed policies for another 4 years. And that's leading America to ruination. They're all on the same page. Let's leave our borders open. They're all on the same page that we have to have abortion going on forever. I wouldn't talk about abortion, frankly, but they're all on the same page as far as DEI. They're all on the same page as far as spending money on foreign nations. They're all on the same page. You can put a different person there. It's the exact same stupid, self-defeating policies. That's what we need to get rid of. We don't need to get rid of Biden because he's an old man. The old man just was an exhibit as to like how failing he was as far as his capacity. It just exposed the rot that the Democratic Party is, that they don't have any leader. It's just this cabal of secret people, unelected people, who are running the country and running it into the ground. And being as divisive as possible. And that time has to end now. Constantly stoking hate. You shouldn't be hating your fellow neighbor. You shouldn't be angry at your fellow neighbor. They watch the news. They have a different take on it than you may have. You shouldn't be looking to beat them up or curse them out. You should be looking to help your fellow American. We need to draw a line between Americans and non-Americans. We need to make sure that we're keeping Americans safe, that we're keeping Americans from being gunned down in the streets and victims of having their house being taken over by a foreign invading force.
Gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years. Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to, since
I don't think it's going to be any of those people. I really don't. I do think it's going to be Whitmer, Newsom, or Kamala. I don't think it's going to be Durbin. I don't think it's going to be Warner, Klobuchar, Booker, Reed, or Jeffries. Jeffries is the only one it might be. The only one it might be would be Jeffries. They want someone that everyone knows, and I think they feel like everyone knows Hakeem Jeffries because he's been leading the House for the last since Pelosi stepped down.
On the script, like, why not? Is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is that?
CG Daggs is saying this election is for control of SCOTUS. He also says the Biden campaign is royally pissed. I pulled this up. I didn't see this until he shared it, so I just want to pause and share this because we were talking about Biden a few moments ago. Sources close to President Biden tell me tonight they're furious that while the president is trying to cover from COVID and Rehoboth, a pressure campaign keeps picking up speed. Lots of anger towards some donors for talking of money drying up if he doesn't quit, to what they see as a muted support from President Obama and toward Democratic leaders who, one source says, are hiding behind statements. If they want him out, they have to push, source adds. Feels disrespected. Still a fluid moment that no one has figured out an effective way to quiet this drift of nervous Democrats away from Biden. And no, many Democrats will want Biden to just break at some point soon. Wow, that's wild. That was reported at 8 o'clock. Wow. Craziness. Fight on, Joe. You got this, Joe. Fight on, Joe.
How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country.
Yep.
And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, JD Vance, he's made that really clear. JD Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But JD Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was
I didn't even know about this story.
horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Oh. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, it's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Way to go.
Ladies
All right.
and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager
On the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly
It's live
Father,
now.
we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator JD Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
I'll tell you this, you're not going to see that at the DNC. You ain't going to see that at the You're not going to see that at the DNC. I like that they have, even though obviously I'm not Christian, I like the fact that they have prayer. And I think this is a positive thing. I think that there needs to be more prayer, a lot more prayer. So I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I think so.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives.
All right.
We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep
I didn't see
concern
Dylan's prayer.
for America's future.
I'm not even sure who that is.
My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
Something when Eric speaks, it doesn't work for me.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day.
Amen.
He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair.
By the way, I just want to point out the reason it's easy for me as a Jew to encourage Christians and prayers, even specifically to Jesus, is because I recognize that no one should ever lose sight of the fact that this country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And a return to those principles by Christians ends up being serving as a blessing for everyone of any faith here. And I feel a certain sense of gratitude to that. That, unlike, let's say, the historic abuses, if you go back several centuries in Europe that were manifested by that form of Christianity. This is a form of Christianity which is genuinely concerned for fellow men, even if they're not practicing Christianity. And that is a remarkable thing. That's a remarkable thing, which I'm genuinely appreciative of. And I know enough about history to know that no other nation has been as welcoming of other faiths for this long a period of time in the last 2,000 years. Literally, there's never been a nation, certainly when it comes to being welcoming of Jews. So I think that would be I think that people who take affront to Christian prayer, specifically Christian prayer, that it's it's exclusionary, or someone who's a Muslim or Jewish is going to feel like they're ostracized or not part. No, grow the hell up and recognize that, same way you want to practice your faith, Christians want to practice their faith, and that's what America is ultimately all about, and that's cool. You believe in democracy. Well, the vast majority of people living here are Christian. So hell yeah. And I definitely like the idea of people in general recognizing God. So that's why I'm all for this. This is totally fine. It's a good thing. It's a positive thing. It's far better than the deny God perspective of the DNC, the Marxist perspective of the DNC of let's take God out or feminize God or whatever they do, all men, all women, whatever stupidity that they do. I think this is a much healthier thing, and that if you don't recognize and you don't and you don't respect that and encourage it, I think it's a lack of gratitude. I think you're displaying a lack of gratitude, which is not a shortcoming in America or Christians who are publicizing their faith. I think it's just you're displaying a shortcoming within yourself. So, yeah, that's why that's a very easy call for me.
Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved.
I want to go live because
There has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is
in the name of
and
democracy.
what he stands for.
You can't vote for him because that's
My
democracy.
father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives.
People who never signed the front of a check. I like that phrase. People who never signed the front of a check. They sign lots of backs of checks, not the
Today,
front.
as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will.
All right.
To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them.
I'm not sure I was going to do that, but yeah, okay.
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again.
Everyone's looking at their watch, saying, all right, there's 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
Let's go.
To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
All right. Let's go. Let's go. It's time.
Our children will understand family. Our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family.
Okay.
Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We get it. We get it.
You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen.
Okay.
You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight, fight, fight!" I'm
All right.
honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Okay. There we go. I gotta mute this for a second because if I don't, then I'm probably gonna get hit with some sort of thing where I have to edit this out. YouTube is being very weird with another thing that they played for like 10 seconds. That there's a video I did 3 days ago that is partially blocked because of 10 seconds worth of video that I tried editing out and YouTube doesn't want to edit out. So I'm going to wait for him to get up to the stairs. Obviously, before he starts speaking, once he gets to the podium, I'll turn the volume back on. So here he comes. Here he comes. He's supposed to be speaking for an hour and a half. I may pause a little bit here and there, but we're not going to fall far behind. There you go. Jared and Ivanka. There's JD and his missus. What was her name? Isulda? I'm not even sure what her name is. I'm not pausing anything. Mary. Relax. I'm just trying to mute the volume here. Okay. Fine. People screaming, don't pause. I probably won't. Usha, is that it? Usha? That's what I'm seeing here. People all saying, everyone knows it's Usha, Joe. Everyone knows. Oh my gosh. Mrs. JD Vance. And Joe, let's go. We want Donald. Let's go. Leviosa. Nice. Nice. Oh my gosh. Guardian Leviosa. Who's the other blonde? Mexican. How are you? Mexican Jesus. Kim wears way too much eye makeup. Hulk Hogan. There you go. It was Tiffany. Right. Okay. I feel like it's like keeping up with the Kardashians. Tune up when Kid Rock plays, he won't strike. I don't know. I don't know if he owns his own music. How long are they like? Did he hit the head? What happened? Yeah, apparently Hulk Hogan spoke a few minutes ago, like right before Eric. I don't see Melania, which is a little weird. Come on. He was the best speech? Yeah, but we don't see. Let's see. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Yeah, we watched Tucker's. He was pretty good. I thought he was pretty good. I do want to see the Hulk Hogan speech. Oh, God. Oh, there she is. Wow. She looks happy. There you go. But she's not a doctor, so, do some lip reading. There we go. Oh, come on.
This is a story as uniquely American as the freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example. Saving the Woolman Skating Rink.
The Woolman Skating Rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you perform a great public service.
Democratic Mayor Ed Koch.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town, but he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so
that's what the voice
Donald
is.
Trump
It is the voice of idiocracy.
He announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise.
This is when you get corny. This is it.
He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great.
I don't think he ever carried a gun.
That there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody.
This is a weird
to
call.
put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, scream.
I really hope they don't clip me on this.
The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of strong, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift
This is a weird call.
city of truth. You know I jam, stab, and not critics back. I'm a cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at.
Okay.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight.
Am I the only one who thinks this is weird? I think this is weird. I understand they want. I think they're trying to show. They're trying to show the RNC is not like old stodgy people anymore.
We'll see this beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lipcorn, Stones. David Attico and No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that.
I'm gonna definitely end up having to edit this whole thing out. It's like you're gonna see what you're gonna see when I'm done editing because they're gonna force me to cut it out. You're gonna see this part of me talking now with it being silent, and then yeah, this next part here is about to be clipped. I don't. It's like they're trying too hard.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump.
I know they're good friends. Oh my gosh, stop. I just like, why? Why? You get some like 50-year-old rocker up there, and I know that, look, he's been very supportive of Trump for a long time. I get it. I get it. It's just like, this is the guy who's introducing, like, you know, yeah. Why? 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 That's what I'm saying. They show that video, and now they have like this thing here. That video was a nice lead-in. You don't need to have this. This is not necessary. And this shouldn't be the last thing we see before he comes out and speaks. All right, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not being a boomer. I'm not being a boomer. All right.
I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass.
Yeah, more patriotic music.
Trump. From side to side, from front to back, come on, Trump, Trump. Put Detroit City back on the map. We say Trump, Trump. The rocks in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. To me, this feels cringe. This feels cringe. This feels like something that, like, the other side is going to mock us for. And Tom McDonald will be a million times better. I would actually be okay with Tom McDonald. Not the spike fight, but, like, you know, if he was, like, spitting bars about, like, you know, about Trump, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. This is not going to go well on the whole keeping me monetized. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Dana White is the one who's introducing him.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people.
True.
The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
You consider all the lawfare he fought through.
The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity.
Touche, Milo.
President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
Yep. A million times better.
In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Let's do it. Liking away. It's like they're taunting me. It's like, let's play some music that's just going to screw with you. It's like, why? Why? Just let him come on out. Yeah.
And I had to start again. Just my children and my wife.
I don't know who Lee Greenwood is. I don't know what his story is. But this is the sort of song which just invariably I get nicked for. I apologize for that. I don't even know what this song is. You guys know what this song is?
Forget the men who died.
Oh, I'm proud to be American. Yeah, I've been dinged for proud to be American more times than I can tell you. More times than I can tell you. No, I got dinged by YouTube. Oh, is he?
To the hills of Tennessee.
Nice.
From sea to shining sea. From Detroit to Houston.
Shut up.
New York to
Yeah, I always hear the chorus. Your Ukrainian wife. All right, everyone get all over me. I don't think he needs to have the whole gold Trump behind him, but all right. It's sort of become who he is. He's not changing that.
God bless
the USA. I like how that comes up from the floor. Oh, wow. That's very cool. That's Mr. Corey Comparatore's thing. His uniform and his helmet. That's amazing. The Dad Rock Band is definitely going to have to wing in the White House.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With the unity. With the unity.
And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. but they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, JD Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it.
We'll ruin America again.
And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
Thanks, Captain.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are.
We need to take Wisconsin November.
You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try.
Even if it doesn't have FDA approval, the person has
great
right
feeling.
to try if they're terminally ill.
Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
That'd be a nice change.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it.
How does it get to 107%?
Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they have ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started, are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
That's right. Send me your tip. No taxes on tip.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody.
14-point lead in Nevada? Really?
And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip. And it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more.
Look at these.
And I said, This shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody
listening to your people.
Everybody loves it.
Listen to your
waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much.
I do not love him.
At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them.
Just the opposite. They fight.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of
Pretty sure
Jocelyn
returned Dwight.
Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected. And you saw this. hungry, strong country run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview,
when foreign nations,
the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on?
FO,
Viktor Orban,
Yeah.
Prime Minister of
FA.
Hungary, very tough man.
You know an FA.
He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay.
Let's go.
He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us.
Yep.
All of these things that you read about were not going to happen.
That's where
Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
Yep. They knew. FA, FO.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown.
I'm curious what price he paid.
And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
Yep.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
See, Daddy's back. There we go. Daddy's back. None of this namby-pamby, wimpy America. That's right. You think they won't be back?
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, Just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great people, and we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
There you go. Number 47. All right, so there you go. There you go. Here comes Melania. There you go. You guys think he did a good job? What do you think? Family coming out? Don, Eric, Tiffany. Yeah. Well, there you go. The first family coming back. They're coming back. A couple of you in the chat here, not Trump fans. I'm seeing a lot of people saying things like very good, A+. Great job. I'm so proud. Not good, but great. I gave it a good. I gave it a good. But there you go. There's the first family all over again. I miss having him up on stage. It's almost like when you have like a TV show about a family that you sort of like, you know, when you, it's like, it's good to see them all back together again, like happy and smiling at the end of an episode. Wow, look at that. The grandkids. Like that girl wasn't even born yet, I think, when he won the first time, right? I don't know if I'd recognize Barron anymore up there. You say Barron got really tall. I'm trying to remember which one he is. I'm trying to figure out which one I'm sure he's there. He's not there? Wow. I really miss having the Trumps in power. Not going to kid you. I do. I am curious. What do you think? Which one of them is going to like run for office next? I think that might be Barron next to Tiffany, no? I don't know. I can't tell. It's like trying to keep up with the Kardashians. I can't tell anymore. The only ones I know are like Jared, Ivanka, Eric, Don, and Kimberly, Eric and Laura. The rest of them, I get confused. I guess that's Tiffany's husband. All right. Well, all right. Well, there you go. I'm wondering your thoughts. Do you think? I think they're wrapping up there. I don't see Eric running, but I could see Don or Ivanka. I could see Don or Ivanka running. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to tell you. To me, it seemed. Okay. I thought he did well. I've seen him do better. I think he was good. But like I've seen him do better. They're still up there. There you go. So I can imagine this is Overall, I think overall. Understand. Please understand about All right, so you guys, okay, you think I'm being too hard? You think I'm being too hard that I say I was like, I think it was good. I don't consider it amongst his best speeches. When he spoke at Mount Rushmore, which when he was speaking today, I was thinking it would be the most awesome thing in the world if he wins again and he actually made a Mount Trump more. Oh my God, that would be amazing. Just because of how triggered people get over it. But maybe not like in year one, maybe year two is when he should commission that to be made. But I am going to make a poll. I'm going to make a poll. I'm going to make a poll. I felt like it was too similar to his rally speeches, perhaps, and like moderate level energy, as opposed to, you know what it is? Considering he had just been shot, and now it's 5 days removed, like I feel like he had an opportunity to step out now, and I like the telling of the story. Even though I will point this out, and I'm pointing this out to you because I know that the left is going to be screaming about this. They're going to be calling him a big fat liar because he said he knew right away he was shot. But and there's audio calls that he said that at first he thought it was like a giant mosquito that whizzed by him, and he said it when he's telling the story over that he knew right away he was shot. Which the mind plays funny tricks on you when you're trying to remember traumatic events and things that happen. So I don't fault him for that. I'm just telling you to expect the left to fault him for it. I'm not faulting him because, like I said, the mind plays tricks on you when you're trying to remember how things would happen in a traumatic event. 24 count. I don't think the gold will stay there very long. All right, you really loved it. Okay. What I'm saying is, he did talk somewhat about unity. I thought there could have been a little bit more. Somewhat he did it. He has been under pressure to what happened. I think it was, like I said, it was a good speech. I don't have a problem with the speech. It was like, I've heard him say some amazing speeches. Remember what he did July 4th in 2020 when he was standing up for monuments? Might be a few weeks before we get energy back. He literally just got shot in the head. Yeah, most people would be afraid to leave the house. Yeah, I don't think he's afraid. But I'm gonna start a poll. I'm going to start a poll right now. What you guys thought? Start a poll. Read the speech. I'm going to have 10 plus, 7 to 9. Four to 6. And then I'll just have there's your poll. Throw out a number if you're in. I'm going to pull the chat out, okay? It's just rate 1 to 10, and I'm going to pull out the chat out and share with everyone here what your numbers are. Rate number 1 to 10 on his speech. I'm talking about in Rumble. They're still up there. I can block out Vance. No one's going to care if I block out Vance. Again, I'm not saying it was a bad speech. I think that it was solid. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you. You're welcome. I'm not going to make stuff up and say this was amazing if I don't think it was like, it was amazing. I'm gonna be real with you all about my opinion. Seemed laid back and relaxed, confident a higher energy speech would feed the Trump equals Hitler freaks, just my opinion. I wasn't thinking necessarily even higher energy. I mean, if higher energy is like, this should be a reminder that, the left's, he could have, what I'm saying is this administration, and what I was hoping he would do is take the focus less on Biden and make it more about the people around Biden. All the people who are running the Democratic Party. This way you're sort of already preempting whoever may be his successor. And all the people running the Democratic Party, that their entire platform has been, the others has been portraying everyone as being evil. And I think it's time that America starts calling for unity and stop that and recognize that you can dissent with someone's opinion without the other person being evil. And they spent the last 8 years doing that. And really, frankly, the last even before I came into politics, there was just this portrayal by the left that everyone on the right is an evil racist. And we see the repercussions of that. Look what happened just 5 days ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. I think if he said something like that, I'm calling on the left to drive down the rhetoric, drive down the screaming. Stop trying to demonize everyone who's against you as if they need to be destroyed. Because unfortunately, there are crazy people on both sides of the aisle. That's what I was hoping he would. That's what I was hoping he would do. Use the opportunity to basically spin back and make the world recognize that the left is divisive, that the left is dangerous with their rhetoric. Stop screaming about ultra MAGA. I'm 50-50. First half was great, very introspective. Second half got rambly. Yeah, I think so too. There was moments near this in the second half where I was like holding back a yawn. Then he's finished strong, I think. Platform speech, long, a bit boring. Honestly, if ranked against other platform speeches, though, 10 out of 10. Okay. Fair enough. And I do hold him to a high yardstick because I've seen him give some great speeches. I'm just curious where my poll is at here. Where's my poll at? Where is it? Oh, wow. Look at that. All right. So there you go. So I think most of you seem to agree with me. Some of you think it was phenomenal. I think it was solid. That's his granddaughter. We heard her speak last night. Kai, I think is her name. That's Don Jr.'s oldest daughter. I think that's her younger brother next to her. I'm not sure. So, yeah. All right. If he will just stand issue no hate and no me, he's elected hands down. I agree with this 100%. 100%. And that's what I thought he could have done that a little bit more. Instead of talking about like his successes. Unless, I took out, ISIS and all this other stuff. I got us the greatest trade deal. You want to do a little bit? Even a little bit more of like we rather than I would have been better. I thought, look, I'm being nitpicky because I want to see him succeed, and I don't know if anyone from his group is gonna see what I say, but it's possible. Trump went a bit too long. People forget the RNC is about playing to the base, not new voters. Also gives an opportunity to pull meme clips. All right. There was really another topic that I wanted to talk to you all about tonight. There was another topic that I wanted to talk to you about, something that's growing, that it has been growing since the shooting on Saturday. And I really want to get your thoughts on this because I was like, I think I might be disagreeing with a lot of you tonight on this topic. I think this is my final topic of the week. I'll end with like making some of you think like no, I totally disagree with Joe on this. This might be a little bit controversial where I'm about to go. I'm just warning you up front. This might be a little controversial. I want to show you something. This relates to the reaction. So some people, after Trump was shot, some of the wackos on the left have been saying insane things about how they wish he had been killed. Okay. And it's led to things like this.
Huh? Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah. Okay, from Cayuga. And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh?
I am at work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country? Huh? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. You are ridiculous. And I'm making you famous. Are you Darcy Waldron?
And he succeeded in making her famous because it ended up going, because this video was picked up by libs of TikTok, who tagged Home Depot saying, "Are you aware that your people you employ who call for political violence?" And then she muted out the word assassinate of presidents, any comment. And this has gotten some blowback from the left, where they say, like, this account is one of the most vicious advocates of cancel culture on this platform. Imagine getting a checkout assistant fired, she's been fired, for sharing opinions you do not like on Facebook. So my question to you is this. Should there be, do you think it's right to have an effort to get folks like this Darcy, whatever her name was, what was her name?
Waldron? Are you Darcy Waldron?
Darcy Waldron, fired from being a checkout clerk at Home Depot. Do you think, and is there a difference between that? A lot of you know that a famous political commentator from the left, Destiny, has made an, let's face it, for lack of a better word, asshat. I think that's the right. I think is that the word the kids say today? Is that the term? Out of himself, basically saying that, like, you know, to heck with the firefighter who died, and, you know, basically saying F everybody, even the dead or the injured, because they support Trump. And he's got demonetized by on X. He was kicked off of Kick. And so he's seen himself getting canceled. Now, he admitted, he actually was in an interview with Elon, and he admitted that he's engagement farming. And that he doesn't necessarily always speak the truth about his opinion because he's looking to get more attention. And Elon, he was it was an interview with Elon. Like, Elon and he were going back and forth. Like, I think he called Elon out for, like, demonetizing him and saying, you're all about free speech, but you don't let me have free speech. And there was, like, a conversation that I was eavesdropping in where someone who I know from X Space's Prodigal Attorney, I think is his name, Prodigal came in there, and Elon let Prodigal go up there and go toe-to-toe with him. And the discussion between them really devolved into, like, and it just devolved very quickly. I was getting annoyed. I was like, I want to go up against Destiny. I was like, tag me in. I wanted to go in there because I think that Destiny engages in so many logical fallacies. As soon as he's losing an argument, all of a sudden he'll bring up some counterpoint by citing some incident no one's heard of or talking about, unrelated. And he's like, but what about this? And because, like, something he spent like 20 minutes studying, that he's like, oh, you don't know about that. Well, get back to me when you do your research and know what you're talking about. It's like he tries to take a position of authority, and I'll cherry pick this instance here, this instance there, as if that's what tells you everything. For example, one of the logical fallacies he engaged in that debate was he was trying to talk about how January 6th was an insurrection, even though he kept calling it a riot, because he said there were a handful of people there who had flags saying 1776. Is that not the biggest insurrection ever? Oh, okay. So those handful of flags, that really speaks for everyone at the rally. I mean, it's the dumbest thing in the world. That's cherry picking a handful of flags. Say this is what tells you what the mindset is of the overall crowd. It's dumb. They're trying to say how they were like, that's his proof. That's his irrefutable proof that this was an insurrection. Anyhow, the point, and that's the type of bad faith argumentation that he engages in for the purpose of. But he admitted during the course of that discussion that he engages in saying things he might not necessarily believe because he wants to get a broader reach. Because look, I'm getting more reach now than I ever did before because I'm saying all these controversial things. So you got to say controversial things. You want people to click and follow you. So, and Elon said to him, why do you want to have a broader reach? He's like, so that my voice can be like heard by more people and I can get my opinion out there and help make the world a better place. And Elon's like, how's anyone going to trust you if you're so you're lying to people now? So you have a broader reach. Think of how stupid this is. I'm gonna be dishonest in my views so that I'll have more people for my views to be heard to. Why would anyone listen to you if they know that you're full of hot garbage when you're talking because you're just trying to get clickbait? Why would anyone listen? I don't know why anyone listens to him. I think that he exposed himself as being thoroughly dishonest in all of his argumentation. I spot the logical fallacies. I know most people probably don't because he talks quickly and he'll overtalk people if he's getting frustrated. He doesn't feel like he's winning an argument. That's why I was like, I don't think he's a very effective debater at all. Piers Morgan once referred to him as like, one of the most powerful debaters in the world. And I was just like, what? What? No. His effectiveness comes from trying to bully people by basically throwing out ridiculous facts that he cherry picks and frequently have nothing to do with anything and engaging in a logical fallacy to try and prove a point and hoping that he doesn't get called on it. And if you start calling him on it, he's just going to start over talking you and bringing up a different fact. That's just desperately trying to bully. That's not trying to prove a point. It's trying to win an argument. I don't think he very often proves a point at all. But question is, as far as cancel culture, that's really why I brought all this up. Should these folks who are talking about like how they wish that the shooter had done a more effective and thorough job, or hating on Corey Comparator, I think is how Trump pronounced it. I assume Trump pronounced it properly. Corey Comparator. Should these people be canceled from any job they have, even if they're a low-level clerk? Or if you say no to that, like they got to have some sort of place to earn and not be exposed. What about someone who's a more public figure like Destiny? Should he be canceled? So it's two different. I think that the nature of the job of a Destiny and the fact that he's trying to engagement farm as opposed to someone expressing themselves on their Facebook post where they're normally talking to 100 people as opposed to 100,000, I think that is significantly different because a person like Destiny has motivation, financial motivation, and maybe that's more of a reason for them to face punishment compared to someone just expressing themselves. So my question is, do you guys think that any of these people should be canceled, or do you think that one should be canceled, not the other, or both canceled? That's really what I want to hear from you guys on before I kick in my opinion on it. Truly great speeches are short and inspirational. Gettysburg Address was 271 words. Yeah. Supposedly he wrote it like on the horse ride over there. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. Okay. So you think firing them is the consequence? Kathy says no, she shouldn't have been fired. Talking about this woman over here. She's the right to an opinion. It's Darcy Waldron. Freedom doesn't mean freedom from responsibilities. People say and end up reinforcing the vitriol because they don't see repercussions from actions. They're calling for an event that would cause mass civil unrest and the deaths of fellow citizens just for supporting a candidate. This cannot be okay. So you think that they should face consequence? I don't know if they're calling for it. Let's be fair here. I don't know if they're calling for it. They're simply expressing remorse that it didn't happen, not saying someone should go do it now. This is not acceptable. I've been on the internet for over 30 years. There was a time when doxing was a bannable offense on places like IRC. Leave her alone. Such disparate opinions that we're getting here. England DG and Kathy saying no, no, no. Sunwoo King saying, no, you get consequences. H Coffee saying, this has to be silenced. This has to be stopped. Tyrant Tommy saying, thousands lost their job for less before we started pushing back. It's only fair that left-wingers fear what they post online like the rest of us. So you're saying a lot of people would counter this sounds like two wrongs make a right. So if it had never happened to us, if it had never happened to people on the right, then it would, the implication I'm drawing from this, and I could be mistaken, but the implication I'm drawing from what your statement is that it would not have been okay, but for the fact that this is what we faced. And that's what makes it okay. In order to push back to stop it from happening in the future, I guess. Cancel for stuff I said online from community college. See as professor job. When I got that job back, I'll feel sorry for Destiny, a Home Depot hag. So you're saying, I dealt with it. Let them deal with it. People should be allowed to show their ass. Community spaces like IRC or Reddit should be allowed to moderate. Platforms like YouTube, no, outside of highly illegal content. So it's not that they weren't really being taken down. It was a matter of the platforms let them keep it up. It's just that they're facing real life consequences for their stupid opinions. As a vet, disgusted by her thoughts, but free speech also means people are entitled to their own opinion. And this is the argument in favor of free speech. If we punish people for speaking out, then they're just going to be keeping it. They're still going to have the same level of hate. Much like our founding fathers presented controversial ideas in print under pseudonyms, that chills speech, even awful ideas, but also good ones. Don't confuse accountability for cancel culture. Where's the distinction between accountability and cancel culture? Where is that distinction? If you're saying accountable means you can't work as a checkout counter. And here's the reason. Here's the reason that I draw a distinction between a Darcy Waldron and a Destiny. Because Darcy Waldron is expressing herself. And we might hate and be revolted by her expression. But she's expressing herself. Destiny is marketing. He's trying to make money by doing this. He's not really even expressing his own opinion. If you take him at his word, which it's hard to take him at his word on anything anymore, but he's not even trying to, he's just trying to market and find and basically get rich by playing into an idea that he may not even really actually believe in. So he's not trying to expand the marketplace of ideas. He's trying to take advantage of the marketplace of ideas. That's a very different thing. I'm still not even saying that I agree with canceling him. My first thought was, no, don't cancel him. When I came up on this thought that it's like this, he's trying to take advantage of the marketplace of ideas. That, hey, I'm an engagement farm. This is what works. So if I can create hateful ideas and spew them out there, I'm going to become richer that way. I'll be rewarded for that. Since his goal is to be rewarded for that, and it's evident that that's what his goal is, he's even admitted it, to me, then you should strip him of that reward. That makes sense. That's an appropriate punishment to say, hey, look, you were specifically trying to take advantage of the system that's been created, and that's the only reason you're expressing this. It's not like I need to leave you freedom of expression. You're not even expressing yourself. You're trying to just play an angle here, and it's not even your own expression. Now, that's a very rare circumstance where the guy admits that that's why he's saying it. We should fight internet words in the digital space. I don't like carrying it outside the internet. If you happen to work as an internet public figure, then you choose to engage in your workplace. And I think that's part of the distinction between a Destiny and a Darcy. I mean, Darcy's working at Home Depot, making $15 an hour, working the register there. And like the idea that like we're going to make Home Depot or pressure Home Depot into firing her, that really bothers me. I'm not going to kid you. It bothers me. That really bothers me. It bothers me a lot more than Destiny. A lot more. And I don't even mind. I wouldn't even mind libs of TikTok sharing this. I would mind it a lot less if she didn't tag Home Depot. Because this is trying to get her fired. As opposed to, look, you said something that was gross and disgusting, and we're going to blast out what you said. To sort of, it's a way of trying to humiliate them for their noxious, stupid ideas. That's very different than saying, hey, your boss needs to fire you for your ideas. I'm really bothered by the fact that she tagged Home Depot. I don't think that was right. I don't even know this. I'll tell you right now. It's not that I don't think. I know this is wrong. Tagging Home Depot, but libs TikTok tagging Home Depot is wrong. That's wrong. She should never be able to work anywhere. Whatever company she's working for, you're going to tag them next. So what? She should be homeless and destitute because she expressed that opinion. It's not like she was trying to make money off the opinion. And saying that she wished he was a better shot is different than calling for someone to actually do it. It's not inciting. It's not inciting at all. Yeah, so this getting her fired bothers me. It does. I think Corey should file a lawsuit on Destiny since he's a public figure and has a large audience. No, it's wrong in using someone's death for engagement and profit. Well, I think first they should sue the Secret Service in the United States of America for bringing Trump out on the stage and thereby creating a dangerous situation, which ultimately led to his demise and putting his wife and daughter in a zone of danger where they had bullets firing around them. So I don't think they have a cause of action against Destiny. I don't think they have a cause of action against Destiny. To be fair with you. I can't even think what the cause of action would be. Harassment? I mean, I guess you can look at it like no, you see, Alex Jones, he got hit with defamation because he lied about them being crisis actors. I was just trying to figure out like how Alex got caught and whether there was some way to go after Destiny under a similar theory. But I don't think there's defamation here. He just said, my opinion is F him. And I'm going to laugh at you for being at the rally. That caused you to die. I mean, that's essentially what he said. Like a slime ball, like a horrible human being. No firings, opinion are allowed. If she gets fired, he should be banned from the store. All right. Mr. E, employers can fire at will if they have ethical standards. Of course they can. Libs TikTok knows that, which is why she tagged them and said, you can fire her. You want to keep her on? Is this the type of person you want to have around? But it's like, I mean, she literally got the woman fired. Quote, Trump must be stopped by any means necessary as a threat to the country. This repeated and amped up for 8 years has led to what happened. Some are saying any supporters deserve to be unalive too. Yeah. It's true. Some of them, many of them would probably want that result for me. If they're not inciting, it's their opinion. It's their opinion. I'm not big fans of theirs. I'm not big fans of them either. You know. Correct. One side has monopoly on canceling until now. Fix equals First Amendment protection legally that employers cannot fire employees for non-work related personal expression. Hail the leader, whoever that would be. But because I'm definitely not the leader of the following, but one side has had a monopoly on canceling. You think that's going to work? To like say we'll cancel back, and once we cancel you back, that's going to stop the canceling? Because I don't know that that's going to work. I don't know that that's going to work. I got doubts. Destiny shouldn't have to be held accountable in his personal life. She was. That's wrong. You see, this is like his life is about talking about politics, and he's specifically talking about politics in a way that is gross and disgusting for the purpose of making money and attention that will help his finance. Like what he did is so much grosser to me than what this moron did. Cancel culture goes being harassed for unpopular views. Accountability equals being fired for reinforcing illegal violence detrimental to our society. Cancel culture is being harassed for unpopular views. What about being thrown off of social media? See, I don't even have such a problem with this guy harassing her. That doesn't bother me. Let her be. Let her own words make her uncomfortable. What this guy did here. This guy talking. In case you joined late, this is what we're talking about here. Okay, so this woman here, Darcy Waldron. Let's look at it one more time.
Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah. I was Waldron, yeah. Okay, from Cayuga. And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
You had a bad day. You take. Oh man.
I am at work. You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh? I am at work. Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country? Huh? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. You are ridiculous. And I'm making you famous. Are you?
And he wasn't the one who made her famous, but Libs of TikTok did and tagged Home Depot saying, are you where the people employ people who call for political violence, and tagging Home Depot, and subsequently she got fired from Home Depot after Libs of TikTok did this. To me, I don't have a problem with this guy filming her. I don't have a problem with this guy harassing her. I would even be okay with Libs of TikTok airing it. Tagging Home Depot to get rid of her, that's where I think now you're not. That's where it's like, so I don't know. So I'm like, I mean, for all you know, she's got like 3 kids at home now who she can't like basically feed them. She's going to go on welfare now, and the state's going to have to take care of her. So who's that a win for? I don't know that's the case. I never even heard of this woman. I have no idea if she lives alone with and supporting 40 cats. I don't know what she's doing. I'm simply saying, is this really like a win? I mean, she's already, what? She's like a 50-year-old woman working in Home Depot. Like, I think life's punished her enough. Now, I'm okay. Like I said, I'm okay with this guy harassing her. I'm just like, so what's she gonna do the rest of her life? She's wherever she goes, they're gonna try and get her fired from there. Here's what I don't think people grasp. It's a bully culture. When you pick on a cashier, you gain nothing. When you post clips of Destiny, that shows how evil the ideas are. Yes. Totally agree with that. This feels like bullying. And yeah, I mean, her mind has been poisoned. She has terrible ideas. I mean, her mind can't be changed. Destiny's mind won't be changed because he's looking to engagement for him. So it's not a good faith discussion with him. She could be like, brought around. I'm CG Dags on Rumble. Read my super chat on the plot against Trump. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Mexican Jesus. Let me pull open Rumble chat. I haven't looked there in a minute. Had a bad day. Taking Scrolling. I don't see what you said there. Your super chat on the thing against Trump. Can you post it again in there? I'm going to leave this. I'll leave this open on my screen like that, okay? So just post it again. Are you, good Lawgic Joe, allowed to express yourself freely on YouTube? Why? Consequences strikes your job. So your point is that I'm restricted from being able to speak about certain things by YouTube. I cannot express myself freely. I'm sure that's what your point is. I don't think that's a good thing, though. I don't think that's a good thing at all. That's not convincing me. That's not convincing me at all. I wish I could express myself freely. I'm sufficiently aware of the ramifications, and the things I'm restricted from talking about seem insane. So I'm not sure. Don't miss next time is a call to action to do it again, not foul. Cancel culture is being canceled for saying learn to code or donating to Trump. I'm still looking for your thing, by the way, Jesus. Jesus, I got this thing open here, waiting for you to send me that link again, because I don't see, when I scrolled up here, I didn't see that thing from CJ Dags. I didn't see it at all here. I'm going up a ways. Freedom from responsibility. Oh wait, is it here? No. Trump speech seemed lame back. I got this. I covered already. There it is. Oh yes, you shared this earlier. I remember that. Let me share this. I haven't heard this yet, but Jesus wants us to see it, and by golly, we will.
I mean, I just talked to one of the agents a few hours ago. I talked to some Sunday. The agents are pissed. They're frustrated. They've repeatedly asked for resources. Donald Trump isn't your normal, average former president. He's not Jimmy Carter sitting in the old folks' home. And, oh, by the way, some other things are coming out, like the shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an
3 encrypted accounts overseas?
Iranian plot. So, I mean, I think this is going to go much broader, much deeper, but the agents are going to hold her to account. Their lives on the lines, and she was not giving the resources they were requesting. But one other thing, Jesse, that Pittsburgh field office was the one responsible for the advance. That was clearly not done appropriately and distracted by Dr. Jill.
And the Pittsburgh field office was also responsible for covering up that bribery Ukraine tip that came in as well. Are you saying that you're getting information that says there's encrypted communications between crooks and foreign sources?
No, what we know, and this was on the briefing we just received, he had 3 encrypted overseas accounts the FBI is trying to get into.
What do you mean by overseas accounts?
Well, we know that they were
These bank
based in servers overseas. And
bank accounts or like accounts for communication?
so you've got to work over there with the FBI liaisons overseas to start getting into them through their authorities.
Do you believe this attempt on the former president's life has some sort of foreign nexus?
Well, we know the Iranians have been trying for years, not only him, but everybody, Pompeo and others involved in the Soleimani strike. And we also know, it's finally come out, many of us have been fighting this for years, that they pulled National Security Advisor O'Brien's detail completely away. He's had to go to his own private security and local law enforcement. So there is all kinds of issues here. And we're going to get to the bottom of it starting on Monday.
Yeah, I'm just not so sure I believe everything that I'm being told about what's inside his phone yet. I just don't trust the people doing this investigation.
I don't know what the hell to make out of that. I don't know what the heck to make out of that. I don't know what to understand from any of that. Why do people talk so cryptically? I literally don't even know if he's talking about communication accounts, like some sort of accounts to talk overseas encrypted, or encrypted bank accounts. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know. This is why, like, I'm like, you know what? I want to know what I'm looking. I'm not upset with you, Jesus. I'm saying I hate bringing stuff up that I don't. That it's not that I hate bringing stuff up. It's that, like, I hate seeing clips where I'm just like sort of like left more confused than enlightened. Like, after I'm done watching it, I literally feel more confused than enlightened now. I'm like, I don't know what to understand from that. I don't understand what the hell to understand from that. I don't know why Jesse shares that clip. It was Jesse Waters shared that clip. It's been liked 11,000 times. I don't know what the heck to make out of that. I'm just more confused. I really want to stay on topic here anyway about this whole cancel culture thing. I'm not upset with you, Jesus. I want to be clear. I'm not at all upset with you, but I'm more confused by that than less. So you said don't miss next time is a call to action to do it again. If they say next time, as opposed to if they word it as I'm disappointed that he missed. I'd rather use this momentum to affect change in key position institutions rather than canceling Home Depot clerks. Yeah, I was going to say, canceling Home Depot clerks seems really like whack-a-mole. Pop, 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 pop. If one side allows free speech and the other doesn't, we'll only move in one direction. We need to push back. They've done it. When we express ourselves, not fighting it is why we are losing. Okay. And like I said, to someone like a Destiny, I can understand it. But I sort of want to understand, okay, what makes it okay now? And then when they do it to the right next week for something else, how am I going to say this is wrong? How am I going to say that's wrong? They silence Dan Bongino next week. How am I going to say that's wrong? They silence me next week. How would anyone say that's wrong if I'm sitting here saying, oh, it's totally okay to silence Destiny? for expressing an opinion that, the other side is bothered by. Again, Destiny sort of almost begged to have his microphone whacked off because of the fact that he admitted that he was full of garbage. Didn't even believe it. But that's a rare situation. You call for violence is not an opinion. It's a call for violence. Where do you draw the line, Joe? That's not learn to code and get banned. Laughing at someone who died is not, I don't think that's a call for violence. I don't know exactly what that woman, Darcy, wrote and how she worded it could have been something that is a call for violence. I guess next time don't miss is... I'm used to incitement standards based on the Brandenburg standard as set forth by the Supreme Court. Brandenburg standard is that you're calling for someone to engage in action in imminent time and location, that there's a feasible opportunity for them to engage in it imminently. Not like an hour from now, like imminently. That's what makes an incitement. Not an hour from now, a day from now, a week from now, a year from now. That's what makes an incitement. And I understand this concern. I just don't know. Like, so then where does this end? Where does it end then? If we're going to take that approach, at what point will we say, okay, now we're done with this? She was free to express herself. He was free to expose her, and Home Depot was free to fire her. Land of the free. Okay. So anyone who expresses something we don't like, it's like they can never have employment anywhere again. Are we gonna say let's end them all? Let's end them all, because we're gonna end up paying for her. Or we'll put her on welfare, and you're gonna end up paying for her instead of her actually going out and earning. Like, what is the point? What is the point? That's what I'm saying. Okay, look. I'm gonna have this muted. Okay.
Pretty anti-American, if you ask me.
Look at her. Look at her. She's already in hell. She's already in hell. And I'm cool with this guy bothering her. And I'm saying is, she's a 50-year-old clerk in Home Depot. I mean, what more rock bottom do you want her to hit? I don't know. And I'm cool with embarrassing her. I'm cool with embarrassing her. Because she deserves to be embarrassed because she's a clown. And she's expressing opinions that are revolting. I'm just not cool with having her fired. Suddenly be forced to wonder if your channel will be banned if you ever hosted Destiny for a debate. That's what happened with Alex Jones. Bad. Are you saying that because I had him on and if he gets banned, then that would carry over to me? I don't think that's true. If a person participates in cancel culture, you defend them when they face cancellation. Oh, I see you're going like you're going all judo with me with your logic here. They're part of the cancel culture, so why do we not cancel them? Where do you draw the line then? If you're going to scream about cancel culture, how do you know where to, you have to have some way of drawing the line. Coming up to sponsors, etc. Fair game. And look, we all know about that police officer donated $25 to Kyle Rittenhouse and got fired for it, which was gross and disgusting. Yeah, it was Home Depot's choice to fire, but they knew that they were going to be facing all sorts of backlash until that happened. And is your life any better? Like, how is this a win Like, how is this a win? I don't understand. How is this a win? Look at her life. I mean, it's make her spend the next 50 years of her life working behind the register in Home Depot. Like, I'm okay with embarrassing her. I don't see the. So now she leaves, and then next week she gets hired to work in Ace, or for Lowe's, or Walmart's. We're gonna get fired from there next. You're gonna follow her from job to job until she's basically unemployable and then on welfare. I don't know. I think that her mind is a poisoned, cancer-ridden place. I'm totally okay with embarrassing her for that. I'm not okay with taking away her employment. It is different from someone who is purposefully going out of their way to try and incite hatred and anger for the purpose of enriching themselves. Because now you don't even believe in what you're saying. You're not someone who's engaging in good faith debate. You're someone who's engaging in bad faith sharing of terrible ideas, dangerous ideas, doing that in bad faith for the purposes of your own self-enrichment when you don't even believe what you're saying. So it's not even your own freedom of speech. It's not freedom of speech. It's not something. Freedom of speech. The point of freedom of speech is you're expressing what you believe in. It's not what you believe in. It's what's going to make me rich. It's what words are going to make me rich. That's not even like, that's not anything. That's not, to me, that's not even like speech. I think she's more engaging in free speech than Destiny is. Destiny is just saying words that he thinks are going to make him richer. She's actually expressing ideas that are stupid, but it's more of her own, at least it's her own speech. Seems Destiny prefers very young little girls. Bad people are bad people and bad for public business. Some standards decent societies have agreed on. Now, this is a different element here. This is a different element. Since he expressed those ideas, there actually were some things that came to light about like some really disturbing tastes he has in that arena, in the arena of his appetites, which make him seem like a pathetic loser, if not dangerous. If he engages in a crime, you want to mock him for that? God bless. Go for it. I don't know that he has, and I'm not accusing him of doing that. I certainly don't know that he has. But, yeah, if he engages in a crime, you want to mock him for a crime, you want to say, put him on a wall, okay, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. But I don't know that he's done that. So, and that's a completely separate thing from expressing revolting ideas that are not illegal. And if he's pushing for actual incitement, something that meets the Brandenburg standard, that changes everything. Then throw him in jail. You say I'm biased that I know Destiny but not her. It's not. I spoke to Destiny one time for like an hour. It's not like I know Destiny. I don't know if Destiny even remembers it. So I've listened. I've heard more from Destiny. I don't think I have a particular bias against Destiny. Certainly before this incident, I actually looked at Destiny as someone who I could engage in good faith argument with. And the more I've been listening to him, the more I'm like, no, there is no good faith. It's just completely bad faith. And it's a desperate ploy. And I think that his life is probably spinning out of control. And he seems kind of weird and stupid. And a bully at the same time. Destiny is one thing. He's cynically using our belief in free speech against us. He's fighting dirty and hitting back low. He's fighting dirty and hitting back low is warranted. Looking for some nobody's destroyers crossing a line. This is what I'm saying. Exactly what Kevin's saying here. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, Destiny's asking for it. Destiny's asking for it, and he's abusing the system that we've created and working it against us. He's trying to exploit the system. It's far less sympathetic than some yokel clerk. You're confusing truth with Alex Jones' case. Stop and it'll become much clearer. The situations are identical. I was just talking about whether or not there's cause of action in that particular context. I don't know what cause of action you would have. Look, I'm going to tell you, standards of like gossip are different in American law than they are in Jewish law. In Jewish law, gossip is improper, even if it's truth. But in American law, defense of truth or use of opinion is an out. So you want to ask me what if someone's going to ask me, shouldn't Comparatori family go after him for harassing the dad after he's dead? And I say to you, I don't think there's a cause of action. That's just reality. There's no cause of action the family has that you were scummy to our father who was just murdered by a lunatic. I can't think of a cause of action. Maybe there should be. I'm not aware of any. Maybe someone will come up with one that I hadn't thought of. It's possible. There are laws out there I don't know. I just can't think of any. Destiny aside, you're trying to distinguish between the cashier and the teacher, school counselor, doctor, nurse, who are also called out. Why is the cashier your chosen example? This is the one that came across my timeline. I do think that there's a difference between a teacher / school counselor versus a doctor and a nurse. And the reason there's a difference is because these are people who are looking to affect people's minds. And they're poison. They're potentially, their task, their duty is to impact impressionable minds by people who look at them as a source of authority for information. So I know I've heard this happen to several people. To me, a cashier is akin to a doctor or a nurse, because those three are not in a position where they are where they are charged with the duty of impacting the thinking of young impressionable minds. And perhaps that is an important distinction when it comes to what's justifying cancel culture. I can justify a lot more cancel culture of some teacher who's poisoning the mind of a 6-year-old or a 16-year-old compared to somebody who's a cashier. Their opinions are not affecting anyone. I'm much quicker to say cancel a teacher or a school counselor. I would not say you should cancel the doctor or nurse, assuming that they're going to give the same standard of care to everyone, irrespective of their political beliefs, which I am going to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're not going to see a MAGA shirt and say, let's put this one in the back, even though he has critical injuries. If they're doing that, then yeah, okay, now they're not doing their job properly. The point is, can they do their job properly in a way that's not going to be affecting others in ways that are potentially hazardous to the people that they're supposed to be taking care of? But really what we're talking about is the ability to do your job in a way that's going to be healthy and better for America, or for the people in their care, people in their society. So assuming the doctor and nurse are giving the same level of care to everyone, I don't care that they're a doctor or nurse, they should not be canceled. Teacher or school counselor, these are people who are charged with having an impact on how people think, and the way they think is poisonous. So that's where I would draw that line. I think that makes sense, doesn't it? I have no issue if it was a government worker. Okay. Irrespective of the nature of the job of the government worker? Maybe. Okay. Were you as outraged when everyone was tagging folks for the anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas comments and celebrating October 6th event in Israel? That's a fair question. I don't remember asking for people to get fired for that either. I don't remember calling for that. I think it's a fair question. You may not be aware of this. I don't know how long you've been a member for 1 month. But I'll tell you that, in the first month after those call outs really started happening, 3 or 4 months after October 7th. It was the end of 2023, early 2024 is when those call-outs started happening. And by that point in time, I pretty much started avoiding the entire Middle East thing altogether. So, like, I think that there's been like, I've had like 2 or 3 episodes where I talked about October 7th this year. Just because I'm like, look, I certainly haven't, it might come up in passing. Like this is coming up in passing. But I don't make a show, I haven't made a show about that topic in a long time. So. Expressing opinion is one thing. Maybe you don't agree with the premise. Advocating for even showing sadness for murder not happening to someone is crossing the line, in my opinion. I'm not upset about a lot. That looks like it's an abbreviation. I should definitely know what this LOTT. What is that supposed to be? What is LOTT? Nicole, Lib's TikTok. Thank you. Hi, Rachel. Okay. So you're not upset about. I just don't get the point. I don't get the point. So what's going to happen? Refusing to drink Bud Light is our best act of canceling. Yeah, because that's not even canceling. That's not canceling. That's voting. That's democracy. As opposed to like a small percentage of people trying to harass someone, being a squeaky wheel. I think the problem, I've expressed this, the difference, the reason cancel culture is to me wrong is because I think if people say we're not going to shop from here because we have an issue with this, and it's having an impact on the distributor or the producer of that content or product, then they're going to make a financial assessment. Is this worthwhile engaging in it? When they're pressured by a relatively small percentage of people who are screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming, those small percentage of people are trying to dictate the products or whatever the company in ways far beyond the actual representation of the people who are consuming the product. That's as that's why cancel culture is as anti-democratic as possible. Voting with your dollars, saying I'm not spending money on Bud Light, that's voting with your dollars. Make shaming great again. Right has no power to put her on a no-fly list, take away her bank account. Cancel culture is destroying someone's livelihood, kicking them out of society. Okay. So you're saying just getting her fired is not the same level. That's true, I guess. It's not the same. It's not the same as also canceling her bank accounts. So you're saying, what you're really saying here, Jay, is it's not really cancel culture. It's only a mild form of cancel culture compared to what people on the right have suffered. And while that's true, I don't know if that makes it okay. EMP handbooks have sock med clauses for certain content. I don't know what that means, Crafty. I'm sorry. We will have a lot of unemployment. People get fired for their ideas. Destiny, classic philosophical skepticism, and approach where nothing is true and no right answers. Yeah, I feel like he's become like a waste of time. I'm not okay with the harassment. Wouldn't matter. Once her name is out there, it's done. He should have clipped that part out, and she already said she didn't want to engage. He comes off as a bully. So you see, I actually am okay with the harassment. I'm okay with the harassment. You know what? Here, Let's look at it the other way, okay? Imagine instead of saying that, she had used the N-word, yelled at a black person and used the N-word. What would happen to her in that circumstance? And I think that's a comparable type of thing. Imagine she had yelled at a black person out, not in the store, not while I'm like whatever. She was like that woman in the Bramble and that whole thing that she faced, that Amy, whatever her name was, who was obviously some liberal. But imagine she had just like, she was driving along and, said, F you, N-word. And so now would you say she should be fired from everywhere that she goes? That's cool. And I think it's gross when people do that. I think they're disgusting. They say, F you, K, started screaming kike, like so freaking clerk in Home Depot. What do you want? What do you want? How much lower do you want her life to be? That's a job that like a high school kid gets for a summer. This is like her career. I don't know. Confronting her in person is unacceptable. Think so? I'm thinking it through, and I'm trying to imagine, like, in the scenario there, she could have been very afraid that, like, she's going to be physically harmed. No mercy. Mercy for the weak. No mercy. Call him out. Turn the other cheek is what got Trump almost unalived. There's such divergent opinion on this topic. I can't get anyone agreeing on this. I can't get anyone agreeing on this. None of you are agreeing on this. So many different opinions. If HG checked her social media before and declined hiring, okay. If Home Depot checked her social media before and declined hiring, is that okay? Yeah, I think that would be okay. But here's the thing. The reason that could be different, Janelle, is because, and I know I owe you a hat. I saw your email. I thought I sent it, but I guess I didn't. I don't know how it is that I still haven't sent that hat out, and I apologize. I want to publicly apologize to Janelle Lorella because I owe her a hat for like ever. And she and I feel really, 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 really terrible about it. And I'm glad you sent me that email because I did totally forget about it. But I am going to remedy that, God willing, soon. If they checked her social media and decide to then decline hiring, is that okay? Yeah, that would be okay. That would be okay because that's not people trying to go out and get her canceled. Have you gone through Solomon Proverbs, Mishle on locals? No. Should I? The entire thing? It's really long. Ideas of punching up and bullying is stupid AF. Liberal pontifications on speech as a concept are why we're here. Accountability kills leftism. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. I'm so torn on this issue. I literally go back and forth. I go back and forth here. I really go back and forth. I'm tired of Zims being freely encouraged to besiege anyone who's not believe as they do. Turnabout is fair play. I feel collectively we no longer care what the left thinks. So that's definitely true. We don't care what they think. They're just the constant screams of racist just to turn the word into a joke. Calling everyone Hitler has turned that word into a joke. They've ruined language. So you're saying turnabout is fair play. Okay. I really do want to know the end game here with this woman. Is the end game that she should never work anywhere? And then that'll be like, that'll teach a lesson. Shut your mouth before you say something so insensitive. Maybe that is appropriate. The same way if she said the N-word, that would be pretty much her lot in life, right? If there was film of her saying the N-word, like yelling at someone who cut her off, she would that would be her lot in life. Everyone's restricting what they say and do based on community standards without any consequences. How do you have a moral society? Well, that's why I was saying that the consequences to me would be like, I believe in public shaming. I think public shaming is okay. That's different from saying fire this person. Now, it's possible if they get sufficiently publicly shamed, their employer will decide to fire them anyway. But I believe in public shaming. I think public shaming makes sense. That's why I think what Libs TikTok does in general is okay. It's a public shaming. And there's an irony in the fact that they're looking for publicity when they publish it, and she puts a spotlight on them like they never expected. Summer is what he did was wrong. It's her opinion. This is where a very thin line is drawn. It all depends on morality. My morality includes not encouraging you're not encouraging red rum. That's what you should use for that word. Just use red rum. I'll know what you mean if you say red rum. Not encouraging red rum. Okay, I think that's a healthy line as far as not encouraging red rum. Do you think? Are you saying? But I'm a little unclear about something. Summer is. Are you saying she was encouraging red rum when she said that, or is this guy encouraging her to be red rummed? I don't even know. I can take it both ways. They're trying to sell BS. Probably online gaming accounts like PlayStation. I'm not sure what you mean by this. You said this a half hour ago, though. I'm falling way behind here. It's a lot of comments. And our founding fathers posted online with pseudonyms, to where we don't exactly know who wrote the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers. Historians have guesses. The internet promised this. Social media broke it. So you should be able to express yourself with a pseudonym. I used to use pseudonym myself, so I can appreciate the value of that. Love you, brother Joe. No worries. It's okay. I'm more okay with her being fired than him stalking her at her place of work and disrupting business. Expressing her opinion on Trump is one thing. We need to stop normalizing violence and wishing harm. This is the thing, though. It's like she's the one who was wishing harm. And you're saying, I don't like her being stalked. Ugh. It just feels like a whole bunch of wrongs. I feel as if like everyone in these stories is wrong. Everyone. It's like when I see this, I'm like, wow, everybody sucks. Everybody here sucks. Love you, Joe. What a convention. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think it was a pretty good convention. I think they did it pretty well. What if there was an attempt on Putin and she said the same thing only about Putin? No one would care because it's not our guy. Yeah, I think there's an interesting point by Andy here. Let's say she had said it about Biden. Let's say someone put out a comment. Okay, imagine someone putting out a comment, and this is a better way to sort of think it through. Is where's, if someone had said something like, "Where's this?" Calling for like, "Where's this generation's Hinckley?" And talking about with Biden being in power, would you say that person should like lose everything? You're right. It is our guy, and that's why it becomes something that feels like we feel violated. But it's like, I think if you saw some clerk getting harassed and then fired from Home Depot for saying that they wish that someone expresses a wish, and no one should express such a wish. I mean, I'm certainly not expressing that. And I mean that sincere. I mean that 100% sincerely. But that, some political leader from the left were to be assassinated, that they should lose everything, never be able to have a job again, scrub from social media. Someone said that about Nancy Pelosi. Say, destroy them. And you'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. All you people who are saying that this is okay to do this to this woman and make sure she never works again. Imagine that she expressed that opinion about Nancy Pelosi. You wouldn't think to yourself, my God, can't you give that, like, why are you being so aggressive on this woman? I don't care if she's in hell. Defending violence like that is unacceptable. If I had employers celebrating the unaliving of Biden, they're fired. He wasn't unalived. Trump was not unalived. So my question is, you had employers who said that they wished that Biden was unalived, would have been unalived. So you're saying you would fire them. See, this is why also what Destiny did was far grosser, because he's actually celebrating someone's death, which is gross. Beyond, that's why I think like Musk was like, get the hell out of here. I'm not you're not monetized. Which I actually think is the perfect punishment, because he was trying to get great. He's trying to engage in he was trying to have engagement farming by making those gross statements, presumably to better enrich himself. And he's like, no, now you lost everything for that. I'm trying to think, if I had an employee who said, let's say they didn't write it in print. Let's say you overheard them talking. They say, I really wish someone would off this leftist leader. So be like, that's it, you're fired. Pack your bags, you're out of here. Would you really take that opinion? I think I would laugh. I'd be like, that sounds kind of extreme. That sounds a little bit extreme there. I don't think I would fire them. I would say you kind of need to dial it back a little bit. They just expressed it in words rather than on a social media post. I don't think I would fire them. I'm being real with you. I don't think I would. I'd sit them down and say, okay, this is kind of messed up, and walk them through it. I don't think I'd fire them. That's an interesting point. I'm so torn. The battle space is formed by microterrain. I don't know what we're talking about. Did she violate their code of conduct? I don't know. I don't know if they have a code of conduct, or at least to what you write on social media. She probably smokes 2 packs a day. We did it to protect Earth climate. Yes! 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 There you go. There you go. Her piece of crap is her right to freedom of speech, even if it's hate speech. I agree with what you were saying about Destiny, too. It's only now that the same rules are being applied to both sides. Employment mandates cause lots to be fired. Employment mandates are along the same lines, but not exactly the same lines, because, you know, we believe in freedom of speech, that that's a protected thing. But I see the comparison, though. I do see that, CL. Her speech, their freedom association, they made these rules. They should follow them. It said, keep speaking crazy. I want to know who to avoid. Well, they're not going to speak crazy if you tell them they're going to be fired from every job and never be able to hold a job again. They're not going to. They're going to just suppress it. Is that the objective? Destiny is different because he made his persona public. This isn't the same as some old lady who works cashier at 2 bottles of wine late night making stupid comments on Facebook. If you own a law firm and the secretary answers the phone has the public opinion that a famous person should have been ended, what would you do? Your business reputation on the line. I don't think anyone looks at her as a representative of Home Depot, though. There you're talking about where it's like, okay, you're saying that's almost like Colin Kaepernick bent taking a knee at what you're describing. That's what I always would say about Colin Kaepernick. You're representing the 49ers, especially when you're wearing that uniform and you're on the field. So you're taking a knee there. It's like, this is not the place for you to take your political stance. If she wrote that privately, there's a lot of variables here, which are changing everything. This person has no influence or power as cashier at Home Depot. If this teacher is saying it would be different. And I said, yeah, a teacher is different. This teacher is influencing young minds. That's why I said I would be much harsher on a teacher or a school counselor than I would on a cashier or even a doctor or a nurse, who I would classify like the cashier. The point is, are they able to do their jobs? If they can do their jobs, in that case, everything's fine. According to what you're saying, then it's not okay for teachers to get fired for having an OnlyFans account when that site requires members to be 18. I don't think you can draw that from what I said. Nor would I don't see that. That's what I'm saying. I specifically said that someone who's influencing minds, we're going to hold them to a higher standard, because the nature of what you're doing is you're influencing minds. That's a very important role. And with the nature of what your personal opinions are, how you conduct yourself is going to have an impact on those minds that you're making impressions on. So that's different from a doctor or a nurse or a cashier. I didn't hear Dustin say he didn't really believe what he was saying. He was a dirtbag. He said it at one point in the middle of his thing. I came late to your stream, was watching RNC. I agree with your response to my first super chat. It's her bad opinion. Thank you, Joe, for offering your opinion. Cancel culture is unwarranted. I just want to be really careful before I'm like saying this is okay. There's a lot of chats here. Maybe canceling advocates of political unaliving will make those on the left think twice about canceling those on the right. That's what someone else was saying earlier. By the way, if you're watching after the show, I'd love to see your opinion on that. Feel free to drop a comment down below. What do you think about canceling? So a lot of differing opinions on this. Humanity is defined by actions when given the chance to be inhumane. True justice is shown in our choice to extend mercy and forgiveness over exacting rightful consequences. So you're saying let it go. The other reason I'd be harsher on Destiny, like I said, is I want to discourage someone from being full of BS. Like everything about what his objective was is gross and disgusting. So it was a gross and disgusting opinion for a gross and disgusting purpose. And I want to discourage people from mirroring that and be like, oh, wow, you know what? If I write something really disturbing, I don't even have to believe it, but I just write something disturbing, I'm going to basically troll the world into following me, and then I'll be more powerful. So that I want to really discourage. That I want to discourage. In that sense, Destiny is playing a similar role to a teacher because he's trying to influence people. YouTube filter is tyrant 5 minutes to deliver your last message. Well, you did a great job with it. Set aside your fate, Joe, but this is exactly how Weimar dissolved and future things happened. It's telepath to walk unpersoning in reality. I can promise you the cashier would treat someone differently wearing a Trump shirt versus someone wearing a Biden shirt, so she would be ineffectively. That would be a reason to fire her if she did that. That's a different thing. Now she's not doing her job properly. What if she said kids really turn her on, no crime? I didn't really draw the line on the criminality behind it. I think it's easier when they cross a line on a crime. It becomes much murkier when it's like drifting into that direction, like what you're describing here. See, they're the different. The reason that feels a little different to me. The reason that feels a little different to me is because, like, it's like I wouldn't want her around any kids who might come into my store. That's very different from saying this public figure who I hate, I wish that they were eliminated from the earth. Because this has a potential that, like, oh my God, if something like actually manifests as a result of her feeling that way, oh my God, how awful that would be. And I don't want to have anything to do with that person because of that. And I don't want her around my store. See, I keep thinking to myself, like, you know, I like that perspective of, like, if I was an employer, how would I feel about this person working for me? Someone like that, I'd be like, get the hell out. I never want to see you again. Someone who said something like, they wish something terrible happened to Nancy Pelosi, I would not have that same vitriolic reaction. Watching the RNC convention really shows the stark difference between the right and left. Grateful, proud Americans, left rallies all around what's wrong with racists, unfair and full of faults. Yeah, it's true. Let's say she's the N-word in her out-of-work life on Facebook. She should lose her job at Home Depot unless you walked them and said, let me check you out. Let me check you out, N-word. No, leave it. She would totally lose her job. She would totally lose her job if she used the N-word. Like, there's a social media post of her, like, at, like, you know, yelling at someone on the street. She would totally lose her job. You know it. She made her comment on Facebook, not in the store, wearing the HD apron, the Home Depot apron. Yeah, I know. And that should change it. Like, let people have a private life. Confronting someone whom you do not know for something they said on the internet is a good way to find yourself in a situation you don't want to be in. Yeah. Good way to find yourself. I saw a video of someone, like, you know, road rage leading to, like, the guy got out of his car holding a gun, started banging on the guy's door and cursing at another driver. And all of a sudden, you just hear pop, pop, pop. And the guy banging on the door falls backward and not going to get up from that. Pop, pop, pop. Calls for violence against a specific group chills the speech of everyone, infringing on 1A. Those calling for it don't have 1A protections. Really? I don't know. I'll tell you that 1980 Skokie rally of neo-Nazis says otherwise. Literal Nazis having a right to their free speech, and I think I agree with that decision. As disgusting and awful and horrible human beings they are, I think I agree with the Skokie decision. And Skokie decision says not like what you're saying, Cypher 42. It was same right. Same right. A long time ago, I was on a space which we were talking about like hate speech. And there was this British woman there who was very strongly saying along the lines of what you're saying here. This right here, Cypher. I don't remember her name. It would take me a long time to find it if I search through my thing. What was her name? It took me a long time to find it. I haven't seen her. I hadn't seen her in like 6-9 months or so. I want to see if I can find it. Give me a second here. Where are you? Where are you? What is that? I really want to find it. Because what happened was, she took your opinion, and I said, look, the reason why, she's British. I said, the reason why we here in America are very supportive of the idea of free speech, for even what people call hate speech, even though I'm not sure I know what's hate, how you would define hate speech. There's certainly no definition of it. The reason why, is this it? No, that's not it. So the reason why we have, here it is, it was Katie. Katie Weasel. She's 157,000 followers. So she said something along the lines of what you said. So I said, this is why we shouldn't punish hate speech. Because if you have 1,000 people who are part of a terrible organization, who are really evil, racist, awful people, and they know they're going to be punished for expressing themselves, they will inhibit themselves from speaking that way, but they will still feel exactly the same way. You're not changing their minds. The purpose of free speech is to engage in thought, exchange of thought. Now, sure, amongst that 1,000 terribly evil, racist people, there's a certain percentage, perhaps a significant percentage, who are not really listening and not really engaging in good faith conversations. But how can we actually have growth or have an opportunity for growth to actually change hearts and minds if people feel like they cannot express themselves? And suppressing them from expressing themselves is not going to change their minds. They're still going to feel the same way. They're just going to be more discreet in how they word it or how they did manifest it. But they're still going to stay the evil, terrible racist. It's the only way you can change their minds is by enabling them to feel that they're not threatened by expressing their ugly attitude. And that's the only way we can possibly change their minds. So what's the upside of punishing people for expressing themselves And that's why you can't start sitting there trying to worry about trying to punish people for expressing hate speech. And the space happened to glitch out and die like 20 seconds after I gave this lengthy explanation. And it died. She's like, wow, I really never thought of it that way. And then she dropped me this. Jack, what? No, where are you?
Send you a voice note because I jumped in, but the space crashed. You were absolutely MVP of that space. I am so grateful to have heard your viewpoint and your standpoint, and I totally get it. And it's almost like the penny drops. And just thank you for sharing it in the way that you have. Legitimately, I only but want the best for everybody, clearly, but not in the hands of the government, clearly. I wish you would have heard what I had shared in the very beginning, which actually took quite some cojones for me to share. But anywho, I really, really appreciate you sharing what you did in the way that you did it, because it allows me to then think about things in a broader perspective that I perhaps wouldn't have been privy to had you not shared that. So thank you for being you.
There you go. So, yeah, that was, I was very surprised that she was able, you all heard that, right? You're able to hear what I played. But I was very surprised that I was able to impact her that way. Like, I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. Kate Waisel, Waissel. Anyway. So, what you say online is private speech to whatever community you intend it for. If you make yourself an online radio station, as you have and Destiny has, that's different. But Mandy McCashier, nah. And that's the thing, is like, yeah, if you're doing what I'm doing, you know you're talking to the world. And there's a responsibility that comes with that. There is a responsibility that comes with that. And I think you need to sort of appreciate that responsibility. I think you really need to appreciate that responsibility. And there's going to be repercussions that come with abusing that privilege of earning that. And trust me, no one gives it to us. Any one of us who has an audience fights hard to attain it. But once you succeed in that, there's a certain responsibility that comes to not abuse it. It's my perspective on it. Let's solve this. Put her on payroll. That's what's going to happen to Darcy McCashier. I enjoy it and love and I'm educating during your streams. So I'm glad. Someone's learning something. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. We need to get back to that. I can't believe YouTube made me edit. That is pretty sad. Rafe! This is tyrannical. None of these people actually care about Home Depot. Revenge! It feels so bad. I'm sorry. I don't think she should lose her job. Y'all haven't convinced me. And I don't think it's going to stop. Getting her fired is not going to stop the people on the right from being canceled. Tenacious D showed their end game, come out and retract and publicly apologize. Yes, Tenacious D, what they did, that to me was gross. That was gross and disgusting. Is Jack Black still part of Tenacious D? Is he still part of Tenacious D? So it was him who was in there? That dude should be excoriated. I'm glad someone brought up Tenacious D. Some of you may not know what they did. This is those bastards.
Don't miss Trump next time. Thank you.
Disgusting. Disgusting. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. Gross. Yeah. You want to tell me Jack Black should be canceled? I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Gross. Maybe it's because they have fans. Maybe that's why. Was in a car, turned into NPR for RNC, and they call many speakers bigots and racists. As my saint and mother, Allah Jean, would say, screw him royal. Don't forget to check locals. Thank you, Beak. I will check locals. Oh, because she sent a bunch there. Here's your tax-free tip, at least tax-free in the future. I skipped your YouTube super chat. What I said was I don't agree with this treatment when it happens to someone I agree with. I can't agree with this treatment for someone I disagree with. Consistency is important. I agree with you on that, Big Poop. Raphael can't get this sent to YouTube for some reason. People only like free speech when it's speech they like. This is tyrannical, and people love tyranny. It brings them great gratification seeing someone get fired. They don't care about Home Depot. Yep. Yeah, I'm becoming more and more entrenched, and this was wrong to get this woman fired. And on a good note, the emoji Elon Musk gave when you type hashtag MAGA. I didn't see that. I don't see that. Truth is, Home Depot wouldn't have fired a good employee. I think cashier. How good employee can you be? Approaching someone you don't know in an unfriendly manner is a good way to find out if they're carrying. It's not a good way. It's not a good way to find it out. I don't think people can also consider she's probably paycheck to paycheck. The loss of that next paycheck ruins her financially. Don't mess with people's employment over high school level drama. Google is censoring us with Super Chat, but we're supposed to play by Marquis of Quisenberry rules with the left. It's a matter of like... Okay, Cars. So yeah, you can't write what you want. Therefore, she shouldn't be able to... She should be homeless in 2 weeks. Like, how's that fixing it? I don't know how that's fixing it. I'm not understanding this. Please say hello to my son Trayson and daughter Rhea. Hey, Trayson and Rhea. I do. Great to see you. Another possible layer by Libs TikTok is that Arthur Blank, Home Depot co-founder, is a billionaire Biden backer and hosted campaign fundraiser as recently as May 18th. Okay. Sir, look up Brandenburg test decision. I think I got it right already. Skokie protests, you wouldn't have as much right to expose and cancel all those neo-Nazis too. That woman can say what she wants. Serious question, would you hire her? All respect. Would I hire her? No. No. I wouldn't fire her over that, I don't think. I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with you? Joe, would you send out boys into what is it good for? With nothing but a smile and open arms. Sometimes you got to fight flames with flames. These are words. These are words. These are words. These are words. Again, if they were doing that, that'd be one thing. If it was inciting, that'd be one thing. YouTube made me change the normal phrase. They're 100% worse, just like the college is allowing the call to pain against Jews. Inciting pain is wrong. Inciting is different. Inciting is different. Making people feel reasonably threatened for their imminent safety is very different. If we censor everyone with horrible opinions, we'll just make people defend them. Let them show their butts and make fools of themselves. That's exactly what I told Katie Wazel. To what degree is she a leftist? Based on the chat, that's one reason her firing is acceptable. And obviously she agrees with people getting canceled, only that she's on the left, whatever the hell that means. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. Interesting pattern of president of the United States that have been pew-pewed. Abraham Lincoln, Republican. Teddy Roosevelt, Republican. Garfield, Republican. McKinley, Republican. Kennedy, JFK, Democrat. Reagan, Republican. Trump, Republican. You know, the only Democrat on that list is someone who said they were threatening to expose the deep state. Google censoring Super Chat's platform, deciding their terms of service is not comparable to losing your job for your online speech. Yeah. All right, my friends. I'm nearing 5 hours here. I'm nearing 5 hours. My sister was committed last year. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. She better now. Your neighbor is still an American, even if they're insane. You guide them to help. And I can't guide them to help if they're terrified to open their mouths. I can't give them perspectives if they're terrified to open their mouths around me, that they're going to be punished. I understand you want to fight fire with fire. I get that argument. I understand it. But once you go down that road, now you're basically saying it's open season for either side. Do it to either side. Well, what's the point? What's the point? Now, again, if it's someone who's influencing others with poison, then I start to understand it. I'm still not saying it's right, but I start to understand it, and I can start to understand that. Especially if they're not acting in good faith. If they're acting in bad faith, they don't even really believe the opinions. We have good reason to think they don't really believe it. Then I really understand it, because now they're trying to take advantage of the loopholes that free speech are designed. They're trying to abuse free speech, weaponize free speech. There's a difference between weaponizing and engaging in free speech. That's what I want to get to next. The difference between weaponizing and in free speech and engaging in free speech. I think Destiny is weaponizing free speech. And we don't often see people weaponizing free speech. But I do think he's weaponizing free speech. That's different than engaging in free speech. So when someone's weaponizing it, you don't want to encourage people to weaponize. And that's a reason to cancel. I'm still not saying he should have been canceled. I'm still not saying that. I have a very hard time. My first thought, I came into this conversation thinking I'm going to come out against canceling him. The more I think it through, the more I think it's justified, just because I know what his game is. And to me, it just feels gross to allow him to get away with that. And that's why I really want to think more about the difference between weaponizing and engaging. And how we would distinguish those. Anyway. I think it's important to have these conversations just so we can better understand why we feel a certain way. But whenever you feel like I'm definitely right over here, just ask yourself, if the subject that was being discussed was the exact opposite political stripe, how would you feel about the statement and the punishment and the reaction to it? And you can at least be true to yourself as to whether or not you're being consistent or hypocritical. So I'm urging each and every one of you, whether you agree with me or you disagree with me about where I think these lines should be drawn. And I definitely draw a big line between Destiny and this cashier. But wherever it is that you think this line should be drawn, I just want you to just imagine that the statements were being made about someone of the opposite political stripe, and then ask yourself how you would feel about a person being punished for the statement. And then you start getting a better feel a better feel for what is actually logically justifiable versus where am I just rooting with my heart based on how much I agree with the person's sentiment. And that way you can better engage in intellectual integrity for yourself. You don't have to even tell me about it. You can just think about this inside your own brain and then just start thinking about it. And if 5% of you start doing that, I'll consider this, hey, you know what? Even if one of you who wasn't doing it before starts doing it, that makes this show a success. That makes this a success. So I think everyone should start doing that. That's my objective, is that everyone would. But it starts with you. So I'm urging you, at least consider that if the subject that was being discussed, every time you see the word Trump, instead they said Biden. Or every time they said Biden, they said Trump. Whatever it is, how would you feel about it? You don't have to be Biden, it could be Pelosi, whatever it is. Ask yourself, okay, now if the person said this and this was the reaction, how would I feel about that? And that way you start at least forming opinions that are hopefully consistent. At the very least, you'll have an easier time. Whatever the opinions you form after engage in that exercise, I expect that you'll have an easier time defending that perspective. If you at least engage in that exercise. That's why I urge you. I'm wrapping up over here because I'm kind of tired. I don't think I missed any chats or rants. Let me do a double check on the rants. I don't think I missed any. If I did, I apologize, but I really think I got them all. I owe Janelle Arella a hat, maybe 2. I think I may have even said 2 I was going to send her. I have to see what I did with what happened to it. Anyway, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming on Saturday night. I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I need to take care of some stuff for the Court of Appeals. And I don't know if I'm going to be streaming Saturday night. You need to follow me on Locals, goodlogic.locals.com to find me the next time I'm going to be appearing anywhere, whether it's X Spaces or whatever, or on Layback Law, or streaming Saturday night. I'm not sure. I do expect to be back here no later than Sunday night. Sometime between now and Sunday and Sunday evening, I expect to be streaming. Don't really know exactly when. Not sure exactly when. So follow me over at goodlogic.locals.com. Also, my lighting went wonky for a second there. I hope you all have a phenomenal weekend. Congratulations to Donald Trump on his nomination. Let's pray for his good health and for his success in this campaign, and for God to protect us all. One way that you can make it easier for God to protect you is that no matter what they tell you, no matter what they say to you, do not eat the bugs. Have a phenomenal weekend, you all. Good night and Godspeed.